No, it's not. Okay, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it all. 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 In the ass. In the ass. There I am. Yeah. It's me, Crafty Andy, in the little corner right there. Canvas. Check this out, check this out. These are my main channels. CraftyARts, WeirdZoRs, Pause Off Live, where I do live streams. I'll probably get back into Eldering. I should say Squigs will be getting back into Eldering tomorrow. That was me snorting coffee. Yep, snorting coffee. Anyways. I do have some. I'm at the tail end of doing these thumbnails for the Onion Nuggetz channel. So yeah, I got. Well, first I gotta clock in. Yeah, clock in. That's it. Gotta clock in. I'm not switching accounts. Clocking in. It's a job where I get $10 every 4 hours. All right. Let's see, 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Roughly speaking, some of these still need, I think, reviews for monetization. Let's just go to draft mode here. Delete, 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 delete. That one's age restricted. Where?
Take it home and put it in your trash.
Shut up, Cracker.
appeal. Let's see. No, nothing on here. Falls under what would be considered none of this content is aimed at kids to begin with. I love how they have this fucking 18 plus bullshit, mature audience only, as if like YouTube's mainly aimed at kids anyways. It's basically just a way to shoot the video in the head without officially shooting it in the head. Why not just kill it? You know, just kill it while you're at it. Like, what's the point of having a video up that's 18 plus because no one's gonna be able to fucking find it unless you spam it on some other website? Can I get rid of these snaps? Want it over the edge a little bit there. Move the onion. Excuse me, move the onion. There we go. All right. Oh, well, ad spilling ability conferred by review. Operating dispute still. It looks like this one was approved. Okay, cool. Hey, no issues found in ad sustainability. Yeah, baby. Okay, so I got a few more thumbnails. Oh, never mind. There it goes. Request review. Alright. Okay, this one got passed. So we'll schedule that one. I already got a thumbnail on it. Be November 29th. Put some of these tags on here because I'm pretty sure they got shit tags on here still. Yep. It's all the Dungeons and Dragons shit. Makes no sense. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure there's an end screen. Some of these didn't even have end screens. What the fuck is the other editor doing? Just spanking himself? Fuck. Alright. Oh yeah, this got approved. Stunningly, it did. What to say the interview with the lover of the non-living? Start just putting deep fat fried as the hashtags. I don't know, cringe, whatever. Living does an interview. Alright, we'll do this one first to start.
I'm a Morgrat, an inner.
Let's see what we got. Oh, what can we do? What can I do? Do an AI image. You can get any AI out of this shit. Okay, what if I don't want to just do Yiffy Mix? Can I do something else, please? No? Oh boy, the AI videos are getting better. How do I, fuck it then, I don't care. Man, there's just almost nothing but porn on here now. Prompt, I don't know. Zombie. Human woman. Kissing zombie. Zombie. Kissing. Kissing. Hugs. See what we get. I ain't use any of that. Maybe I should take off the female deer. This is what I got. Not working. Not there yet. Alright, let's try. How do I get rid of this Yiffy Mix shit? I wanted to do something else. Comments, nope, that's not what I want to do. Sure. See if that gives me anything interesting. The hell is this? Like, fucked up the faces. Still fucking up the faces. And it's like getting close. What is this? There we go, we're getting closer now. I don't want the woman to be zombie. Wow, this one's brutal. Getting closer. Probably a little too violent for the let's get rid of the blood. Oh my god, I can't put dead in the prompt. Get fucked. Man, they're already starting to neuter this AI shit. It's like, come on, man. I could probably use this. I got some viewerships on here. Hey, what's up, buddies? Spying on me, lurking. I don't care if you lurk. There's some streamers that get really weird about people lurking. I think they're just paranoid. I think their insecurity starts spewing out. They're watching me. They're waiting for me to say something stupid so they can clip me. Make their content off of my failure. Of course, I could just do a Google search. I'll probably find something even better. But then the image is usually copyrighted, right? And you have to worry about that. Zombie doll, oh boy. The hands are all fucked up here. Jesus Christ, the hands are all really fucked up looking. Try the AI shit again, I guess. I don't know. So we give it this model. Hey, that's more like it. This one can go fuck off and die. There we go. More grat. Cha cha cha. Make it green. Find some horror font. Type in, I don't know, undead lover. No, wait, they're not undead. Just put like a heart symbol. Yeah, Morgrat, and we'll put like a heart symbol on there. You know, I got like where's my thumbnails? Nope. Oh, wait, this might be it. Nope. I just need like a heart symbol. Heart PNG. I actually get like a heart PNG without it being like bullshit. Nope. All these websites now like want you to download, pay for their fucking bullshit. You want a heart PNG? Well, you gotta pay for it. Like, go fuck yourself. Just make like a whole folder of clip art stuff. I like this realistic art too. At least that was PNG. Holy shit. Yeah, I want to make a whole folder of like clip art shit. I'm tired of having to re-download shit and find it and lose it. Okay, let's see here. Where is it? Extra stuff. Whoop. Fuck off. Extra stuff. I'll open up both of these. Open that with Krita. Open that with Krita. Is this an actual PNG? This one looks like an actual PNG. Hey, look at that. There we go, that hides that. Shrink these two down. Okay, so we're gonna make a folder for clip art and stuff. This one's fine. This one definitely is not. What's this one? Wow, this good here. I like how this guy's just chilling. I like how this guy's just chilling right here. Oh goodness. Well, that's just it's like riding the bus sometimes. Since gay people attacked. Yep, homophobia runs strong. Don't know why I see it as an in folder here. This needs to go in my my meme folder. Not meme folder, but random stuff. There we go. Let's get to the part where he crashes it, huh? Oops. Oops a daisies. Oops. Wah wah wah. I I don't understand how Jesus, man. There is so much there now. What do you do? One step at a time. Why is it so fucking high? Just took, all it took was just one leg falling off, leg being broken off, and that was it. The whole thing went. Boop. Yeah, I pushed the forklift over. Oh well. That's the... Okay, so what I want to do here first, let's get an outline on this heart. Boop. I don't know why it always defaults to multiply. I hate that shit. And then get a stroke on there. Okay, airbrush that away. Okay. Non-living lover. Do do do. It's perfect for Christmas. Maybe my proposal to do a movie review for the Cinema for Cynics channel. I need to figure out how to get in touch with Paul's ego, though. About as elusive as I am when it comes to like actually getting in contact with. Who am I kidding? I'm not that elusive. Just no one wants to talk to me. People do try to talk to me, I take forever to respond, and they're like, well, why even bother? I want to get my friend Jake over here so we can hang out. Haven't seen him in a while. Okay, well, that's done. Scheduled. Make sure it's not overlapping anything. Nope. What else we got? What's this birthday shit?
Takeuchi, Japanese actress. No idea.
Yeah, I haven't heard of any of the actors, but
So, day of the week. You were born on a Tuesday, Paul. How long ago? 43 years.
else? A lot of low budget.
I recently I wrote and recorded a video. I still have to edit it together, but it's my top 10 favorite horror movies of all time. And United States President Dwight of that month.
All right, what we got for? I type in this shit. Push out a model. I don't know. Try to get this thing to do props. Birthday cake. 100 candles. No, just type in many candles. Lit candles. Big cake. Birthday. This won't be easy to do. I don't know what to type for the title in it. Birthday fun? That sounds about right. Birthday fun. I don't know how to do a gradient on this fucking program. I don't know if it does gradients. Birthday fun. Okay, make sure that's approved. Yep. Just realized too, I gotta fucking the tags on that last one. Yep, more Dungeons and Dragons bullshit. I'll leave roleplay in there, and that makes sense. Undead. Undead lover. Interview the undead. Zombie interview. Zombie. it's on your birthday. Wait. Gotta schedule it. Birthday celebration. Fun edition. No. December 1st. Oh, you know what? Should make it December 25th. Nah, we make it December 1st. Well, I don't know. Let's let it go. December 1st. Oh yeah, make sure there's an end screen. Okay, what's next? Copyrights in dispute. Being reviewed. How about this one? Weird pics. No, no issues found. Okay. God, all this Dungeons and Dragons shit. Why is it on here? Makes no fucking sense. We're gonna click on it and be like, well, that's not it. That's not D&D related. Weird pictures. Pictures that make me feel funny. Scary pictures. Funny pictures. Strange photos. Memes. Biggest meme pictures. Let's see. End screen, cool. Okay, that's scheduled. What's next on our list? We're getting down to the wire here for this. Alright, if I, Cool. This one passed. Right values test.
So who do you think is the leftiest of us?
Alright. Birthdays. Oh yeah, this was back when when TJ's mouse was glitching like a fuck. I don't know why. Just kept on spreading. Let's see, I don't know, any other images can pull here?
Monopoly on violence.
You know what I should do? I should make a bullshit chart. Right values test. So we'll do put like a dot, right? Put like yeah, like that. Or better yet. Wait, it's like red and blue, right? So red. Blue. Put a line there. Put a gradient. Yeah, well, do this. Okay, can we make the, eyes a little smaller? No. I can make that line smaller. Alright, that way, I guess. Cool. Alright. There we go, gradients. How do I fuck with the gradient settings? Thank you. I see, okay. Make that red. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that doesn't work. Still not working. There it is, okay. Now I'm going to take Paul's face. Hey, my shit shows up right away. That's funny. I type in Paul's ego, my painting on ArtPal shows up as if anyone's going to buy it. That's funny. I'm going to use that. Fuck it. I have a higher res picture. Oh, when did I make it? Was it 2022? Yep, there it is. There's the big version. Oh my god, why can't I transform, bitch? So new layer, please. Thank you. That's why. Anyways, copy that, paste that, delete that. Shrink it down. Or not. There we go. Doesn't have to be too fancy, you know. Alright, select. Feather that selection. Copy, paste. It should be like, I don't know. Paul's value test. And we put like, and Trump face. Sure, that works. Okay, so let's see here. Let's group this together. Type in meter. As you see where Paul fits on the meter. center there, right? Fuck you. Feather. Hey, Dalen. What do you got for me? What we got? What we got? Oh, news. Confronting domestic violence abusers face to face. Hey, she didn't stay in the kitchen. This is Vice, so it might get blocked. We'll see.
Every relationship I was ever in was abusive.
Let me switch up here. So I'm gonna put this over here, so it's full screen. Now you can continue working.
I'm a recovering person, and I'm recovering from many, many things. One of them is domestic
Wait.
violence.
Jackie regularly comes here to San Bruno Jail to confront perpetrators of domestic violence face to face. She works with Resolve to Stop the Violence, the first program in the country to work with incarcerated men to confront their history of domestic abuse through restorative justice.
One of the things that I'm stricken by is I look around and I see an absolute melting pot. And I can't think of an issue that is more transcending in cultures than domestic violence.
The first step usually was the verbal coercion, the threat. Very quickly after, it would like be a backhand or a slap. We call it chin checking, right? Just whap, whap.
Yeah, like I know, we know several people who went through this one guy that we knew. We'll just call him John. And John was essentially a diagnosed borderline personality narcissist, and he would make friends. Like he had friends and everything, right? But when it came to relationships, not physically abusive, but just completely emotionally abusive. He even married a guy, essentially destroyed him mentally. The person he dated before that destroyed him mentally. Before that, he destroyed him mentally. And he got to the point where he moved to Colorado and just started like he didn't understand that he just should not be in a relationship. That's essentially what it comes down to. Like there's an interview of a sociopath that's pretty good. I might even pull it up here. That essentially where a guy, I keep saying essentially, a guy understands that like, hey, I'm a sociopath. I can't be in a relationship with anyone because if I am, I immediately start trying to size them up to take advantage of them. And so like he just doesn't want to hurt people, so he just doesn't get that far in a relationship with anyone. And yeah, these guys, I don't know. I'm not a psychologist expert or anything, so it's just, you know, to that I'm a dancing clown. I just don't understand, especially now that I'm older. Like the older you get, the less I understand like the mentality that comes behind. Like, well, at least not, I may not understand, but I just don't grasp the idea of just hitting your partner like a fucking immature child.
And it escalates from there.
Jimmy has been
Isn't that difficult into many abusive relationships? Well, yeah, he had John. We'll talk about him. Yeah, he was. You know, he would just go from. He was good with like being friends with people generally, but that's where he would get the pass from basically. Like, hey, this guy's a real nice guy. He's fun to hang out with. You know, he'll pay for things for everybody. He's cool to chill with. So, and he'll draw someone in for a relationship just naturally because of that. But when you're in like an actual romantic relationship with them, things change. Completely different. I didn't talk to we didn't talk to any of his victims extensively. At least I didn't. My husband might have. But yeah, they were essentially just borderline suicidal. I'll just say that. Because of their experience with this guy. He later killed himself not too long ago. So, he's gone. Domestic calls. domestic violence if you see it. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. My brother hit my mom. He was arrested for it. He also chased her down the street with a hammer.
Noza spent much of his life abusing women before going through RSVP. He's now a facilitator for the program.
Once I can objectify a woman and then put a hand to her and gain that, like, see, I told you, then the ass whoopings would escalate, right, to full out beatings. I never questioned that I wasn't right.
Rehabilitation programs for abusers are controversial, particularly when they're proposed as an alternative to incarceration. We sat down with Lee Goodmark, a lawyer and professor who writes extensive.
I kind of hate this too. I kind of hate how there's always this push against rehabilitation. Like, I'm not saying it's people confuse with rehabilitation with forgiveness. It's not like the victim has to come up and forgive the person. It's just like, do you want this person's going to get out eventually, and put him in a system where he's going to get isolated or beaten or whatever. It's not gonna. It's gonna be like, well, I understand I did a bad thing. It's why you don't hit your kids when it comes to discipline. It's why why there's such a thing against hitting your kids when it comes to disciplining. Because it tells your kid, like, oh yeah, violence is the solution to disputes or whatever. It's like, it's the whole conundrum of, like, don't hit your brother, and then you hit your kid for hitting your brother, hitting his brother or sister or whatever. I'm not saying it's never the solution. Just, yeah, it doesn't teach them. I can't imagine it teaches them good. People are against the rehabilitation aspects of things because they get emotionally reactive to it. Like, obviously, if someone hurt someone I loved, I'd be up in arms and ready to kill them. Essentially, basically, you know, like, who wouldn't? You know, you hurt someone that you care. Someone hurts someone you care about or hurts you or whatever. Why wouldn't you want to? I can't imagine you wouldn't want to. You know, you would want to do something back to them in some way. But that's why you have to have a system that separates the emotion from it. You know, people in this country are addicted to punishment, are addicted to revenge and punishment, and so they think like that's the way to do things, and they don't care about people being rehabilitated. You know, unless you plan on, like, mass executing everybody that violates even the smallest amount of crime, any kind, in that field of, like, domestic violence or whatever, then, you know, eventually they're gonna get out. So you want them to go to a place where they're gonna be made to understand what they did is wrong, or do you want them to go to a place where they're just gonna get to mingle with a bunch of other criminals and get outside for a few hours a day, you know? Get tossed around by a guard or two. Sit in a cell where they get to stew in their thoughts and play out their thoughts and probably justify the shitty things that they've done. That's what it comes down to. It's like, I want them to go to a place where they're made to understand what they did was wrong. And yeah, I may not have any sympathy for the most egregious abusers out there, like the guy that got stabbed 26 times in prison for molesting that gym teacher, whatever his name was. It's irrelevant, but he got stabbed like 6 times. Like, well, whatever to that fucker. He should be in jail for the rest of his life, as far as I'm concerned. Made a career abusing young girls. Fuck him.
Extensively about the case for decriminalizing domestic violence.
How effective is restorative justice? There are pockets of programs across the country that have tried to do this work, and some of them are doing amazing.
Oh, well. Hey. If they already think about proposing, just as, you know, don't do it however you want. But, you know, I always say the best. I would say the best way to do it was just maybe after a romantic dinner. If you're already planning on it, you know you're gonna do it. It's just a matter of when now.
Work around kind of the three central questions of restorative justice, right? What was the harm? What was the impact of that harm? And how do we hold this person accountable? What do they need to do to be able to make that harm whole?
We've heard so many horrific stories over the last several months. Some of these guys are monsters. Why advocate for them?
I don't see it as advocating for them. I see it as advocating for their partners. The criminal legal system is the primary policy vehicle that we've chosen to deal with domestic violence in the United States. And I just think that's not a realistic way to deal with this problem. It's not lowering rates of domestic violence. And in many cases, it actually exacerbates the factors that cause domestic violence in the first place.
How's that?
So for example, under and unemployed men are more likely to commit domestic violence. When you put someone through the criminal legal system, it's much more difficult to get a job. Similarly, trauma and violence are highly correlated with domestic violence. So we send you to a place that is violent, and then you go back into your community.
Exactly what I've been saying right here.
And so I've come to believe that while we need the legal system as a backstop for those crimes that are so egregious that we need to have people kind of not among us, we're really failing to do any of the kind of preventative work we need to be doing to stop the violence before it starts.
I guess various entities.
I was subjected to just about every form of abuse by being in this marriage. There was always this level of emotional abuse where he would belittle me. He would remind me that I was nothing without him. And it might not seem so bad in one particular episode, but just imagine years and years and years and years of hearing that. What it did, the impact it had on my self-esteem and self-worth. I thought I couldn't do nothing on my own. Then there was the beat down. And this was a ritual. This was all consecutive. And after a while, I began to calculate it. I began to prepare myself for it.
When a survivor come in, they coming in to talk about what was done to them. And what we do, we process everything that happened to them and we point out what the perpetrator's done.
What I heard from Miss Freeman was some verbal violence, which also connected with some emotional violence in her life.
Her first husband was saying, "You're nothing without me, you ain't got no money, or you don't pretty much exist." And she thought that, so she internalized it.
What is it like to sit in one of these chairs and hear a woman's story for the first time and put yourself into your partner's shoes?
I do remember the impact of it, and it was profound. Like I heard it, and it blew my mind because my victims weren't allowed to speak, especially about my violence.
Any of my victims personally, I never got to hear how they felt about anything that I've done to them. It's hard to be empathetic when outside in the streets, you know. But being in here with my head clear, it's like I'm starting to see that empathy is part of who I authentically am.
A 2005 study found that after 16 weeks in RSVP, recidivism in the first year of release dropped by more than 80%.
You know, we've talked about domestic violence as a women's issue for such a long time. But if 85% of the victims are women, and the vast majority of them are in heterosexual relationships, this is not a women's issue, it's a men's issue. It's just short-sighted not to look at the person who's causing the problem to deal with the problem. And I think we'll really start to see now what the potential for restorative justice is.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I'm actually making a video on this whole thing too. Not just domestic violence. I mean, in just like restorative justice as opposed to rehabilitative, as opposed to punishment. I'm trying to get that done before the Has Been Hotel show comes out, because it's the fan art I did was a Has Been Hotel fan art, and it kind of, that show pilot inspired its creation in the first place. Alright, borders racist? Are borders racist? I don't know, borders. about just abolish borders? Alright, so choose a better font than that. That's not what I chose, motherfucker. Come on. Actually, I know what I want to do tomorrow. I think I'll Squigs do flashback. I want to see what I'm missing with that game. If I remember right, I think there's a comic. I'll read that first. There we go. Word spacing, no. Letter spacing is what I'm looking for. No, people read left to right, so you know what? I want to put her there. And I want to put the border there. There we go. have an end screen. Press. All right. All right, bad signs. What do we got here?
Please do not walk on the water.
This will be easy to do. This is already a good start. All right, let's lock that down. That up. Borders. Please do not walk on the water. Let's see. All for this, all I gotta do is just basically just bad signs. America is the best country in the nation. Holy shit. That is some fail right there. I want to say that. I send it to my friends.
Advice. So yeah, this level of driving.
How could you? I don't know if I could stay awake for 5 days. I'm unclear on the instructions.
I guess
11
level of
Ps,
driving.
man.
Yeah, this level of driving you get. Like, so for $11, like minimal fear, but for like you pay $1, it's maximal fear.
I was scared there for a second,
No
but
problem.
apparently.
Alright, now I gotta figure out the thumbnails for this. Is there any crazy videos out there I can switch to when I get this up? That explosion effect in Blender? Hot. Oh, let's watch Ash Coyote. I haven't watched her in a while. In fact, I don't watch her at all. Because despite being a furry, I don't watch much furry content. Go figure, huh? Inflatables and the adults who love collecting them. Yeah, I'm sure they love just collecting them and not coming all over them too. I'm not making fun of them either. You know, I have my shit. You know, I have my own tastes. I prefer my soft soft plushies. I don't care for the feel of vinyl. Anyways, okay, so we got the signs.
So ops, pretty much the front ops / badge check is pretty much just right here. That way, if anyone needs to find con ops, we're here, and then we have a back office upstairs in Riverside A. The room is
roleplay, RP,
so
Dungeon Master, DM.
So nobody
gotta
knows.
get rid of.
So just.
So I'm Beth Nidia. I'm Inflatable Dragon in the fandom, U.S. Army veteran, and fully at home in my found family. Okay, so based on this evidence here, I am a lavender and gray dragon. Most of the time, I am also squeaky. I'm an inflatable dragon, but for about the first half of my time in the fandom, I was just a gray and purple-ish dragon. So yes, we all have many reasons why something piques our interest. I mentioned earlier I was in the U.S. Army. I participated in the invasion of Iraq.
That'd have been fun.
Their army took off their uniforms, put on.
Every one I know that went to the military regrets it. I have yet to meet anyone who's like, yeah, military, woo, that was fun. I shouldn't say it that way. It's not even just that way. It's just like, whenever if I ever brought up, like, hey, I kind of wish I did join the military, or at least one of the branches. They're like, no, you don't. No, you don't. And it's gotten to the point where people are finally catching on and just not joining up. It's hitting an almost crisis point because, they know too much. Everyone knows too much. They know how veterans get shat on.
Civilian clothes, hid amongst civilians, and then gently tossed grenades into our convoys or began shooting at us with several layers of human shields. It's stuff that you'll live with for the rest of your life. I found a way to feel safe in that if I was sleeping on or under something larger than myself, that feeling of safety, kind of like, I don't want to say like a mother hen on top of a chick, but actually, yeah, kind of like a mother hen on top of a chick. I've been mostly able to overcome PTSD and a lot of other things. I still have it, but I'm able to live healthy now.
Tell me a little bit about the convention. What are we doing here?
So,
Get Out the Float is a bit of a blend between we used to always be a furry event and not an actual convention. This year we are a furry event that happens to be using a convention center. We have always been fairly focused on raising money for charity and also focused on inflatables and such. We are one of the only multi-day events where instead of having a few hours of an inflatables panel, people can bring their toys here and they'll be set up for several days, which leaves folks free to go and enjoy the event and everyone else to see what's here.
Oh my god, I'm getting down to the wire here almost. Please tell me this one's
Well, that worked out quite nicely then.
Cool.
Crab. No, lobster.
Do you say crab? Another tiger. Another tiger.
Come on, man, shave off that shitty hair on the side. Go full hawk. Full
Another
mohawk.
tiger. Another one. And
I want a Digimon. Give me one inflatable Digimon.
So, this one took me forever to get my hands on, and it's probably my favorite toy item. Just because of the history behind it, and it's such a unique toy that you just cannot get. There will never be another one of these made. Like, the company just doesn't exist. So yeah, this is my crown jewel.
Let's see it.
I'm Quietfire. I am a facilitator in the community for experiences with inflatables. I've been part of the fandom since, actively maybe 2005, 2006. I discovered the community with the inflatables. I fell in love with it. In recent years, I've kind of started hosting the inflatables panels for BLFC, Further Confusion, Anthro Northwest. We run this panel so that people can come in and, I guess, just create a positive experience for people who don't know what it's about.
And there he is.
Today I learned during an interview with Stephen Hawking, the camera operator yanked a cable, causing an alarm on Hawking
the lights or
to
overhead
slump.
projectors or other ceiling-mounted equipment is the Pacific Room.
And I'm bored in 2 minutes.
There's kind of a sense of wonder there. For some people it's fursuits, for some people it's art, stuffed animals. There is a connection there, at least for me, that goes back to childhood. There's a comfort there. That Saturday morning commercial comes on, you see the latest toy, and you've got to have it. It's about that moment. There's that same feeling, but as an adult.
So what's on the agenda for today here at Get Out the Float?
So we have bouncy castles, and I believe we have fursuit games on the bouncy castles or around the table. We'll be taking care of those. 10 to 15 years ago, there was just a small number of us. We all knew each other. At one point, I bought a purple dragon that I no longer own, but there were only 6 of them made, and I knew all of the other owners around the world. And we began ordering custom toys from a company on the East Coast and stuff like that, and that's where things got started.
As we started going to conventions, people would bring toys, private parties that started with a small room, and then more people started coming, and more people started coming. So we got the bigger room and the bigger suite, and more toys kept showing up as we had more toys created. I guess that's where it all started.
Ooh, I know what to do.
There's something about inflatables for me that really clicks. I feel happier around them, at least. Yeah.
I have thought about it and thought about it for years and years, and I cannot quite put my finger on what is interesting about it. I wish I understood it myself, but I don't.
It is definitely kind of an identity to some extent. Just my expression, I guess, is to be cute and squeaky.
I have a picture of myself that my mom took when I was like 2, curled up in a snow tube, sleeping.
I spent a few years growing up in Hawaii, being on top of an inflatable in the pool and falling off a million times. Unconstrained happiness, I think is the best way to put it.
Rainy days at school and everyone has those vinyl raincoats on, and those were always really fun days. So there's a sensory memory there. Because I'm a very tactile person, I'm very sensory driven.
I like when they're big, I like when they're soft, I like the feel of the vinyl, I like the way it looks, the curves, the whole thing.
You can sort of sink into it. It's sort of, it's more like supportive.
It's like hugging you back. I'd say that's one thing that I like about them.
They do tend to be very cartoony, I mean, that's right.
They're such like cute critters. Like, how can you not love them?
The community's inflating. So the pool toy community.
Okay. Sure thing, buddy. Today, I learned. I'm just going to type in today I learned. Fuck with it.
What are they to you? Are they a hobby, a community, identity?
Definitely a community. Much more than a hobby. I have other things that are hobbies. This is an identity. It's yeah.
Is there any specific terminology to the inflatable community?
I wouldn't say it's an identity.
Squeak.
Squeak, okay.
Squeak. Not really. As far as toys go, it's just like any other part of the fandom. You know, you have the people who are just kind of involved on the surface. They're a little curious about it and go, hey, what's this about? And then you have the completely other end of the spectrum where your character is a pool toy and you've got the huge collection. I'm kind of somewhere down that end of the spectrum.
Yeah, you like to get off on it. Who cares?
Yep, that's me, and that's me.
We get it. We get it. He likes to get off on it. Nothing wrong with it.
He really does look like me, though. Yeah.
I think furries need to get over that insecurity finally. So many furries out there that get very fucking defensive. It's not just for the sex. It's not just for the sex, man. Uh-huh. Yeah, of course. I mean, technically the porn industry is not just for the sex either. It's because, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of talking and hanging out between sessions. And I can't wait. I wish I had. I just want to make my fucking video essay already. Like, I have it written down like 4 times. I have 4 drafts. I have to go through it again because it's been too long, so now I gotta check it and make sure it still sounds coherent. See if there's anything more I gotta do. Today I learned. Better yet, why don't we just say we? That makes sense. They. keep the title. Today I learned. What else you got on here?
That dragon? Or did you design that dragon? Basically?
Ooh, no, I designed this dragon beforehand. It just happens that there is just an inflatable that I really like that happens to just look like me. Yeah.
Some of the misconceptions people have about pool toys, that it is nothing more than a fetish. It would be...
It is a fetish, and what do you mean nothing more? Like, why does it have to be, like, nothing more? I don't understand that. Come on.
Foolhardy to say that there is not a part of the community for where it is a fetish.
Here we go again. Here we go again. It's just a small portion of us that are really into it for the horniness of it, you know. A fetish doesn't have to necessarily be sexual in nature, as far as like getting you off. It's a dedicated fascination to it. You can have a fetish for Star Wars. You know, fuck me, man. Come on. Jesus Christ. Get over this shit, man. Stop being so insecure. Can we enjoy ourselves? Can we just all enjoy ourselves here and not have to like dance around on eggshells like, oh well, you know, it's not just a fetish.
Talked about earlier, it's a tactile thing, and that plays into it.
For some people, it is definitely kink gear. So like a latex suit or pup gear, it's definitely that sort of thing for some people. There's a lot of people that buy them just because they think they're cute and they think they're neat, which blows my mind that they'd spend that much money on a piece of plastic that sits in their living room and just looks cute. But yeah, how do some people exist without having a kink? Like, wow, they must be boring, you know?
I guess if I wanted people to understand anything, that it's
why
about
this gradient switch around?
Self-expression, and the longer
I change the gradient,
the more I discover.
Okay. Yeah, I want to do it that way.
We raise money for the Sunset Empire Parks and Recreation Foundation. They help pay for swimming lessons and aquatic activities for local members of the community who cannot otherwise afford it.
Okay, I
When
guess I gotta
folks
do it
say,
this
"Oh,
way."
Bath, this is a resort town. Everybody's got a bunch of money here." It's like there are, in Western Oregon and in many other such places, you have the part of the town that is the resort town, and then you have the part of the town where everybody who works locally lives, and a lot of time affordability becomes a major issue very quickly.
Why isn't this gradient working?
The money we raise will pay for 50 to 75% of kids' swimming lessons or other activities for adults, such as aquatic fitness and things like that. If you can turn your hobby into giving back in some form or fashion, all of the reward is in itself.
This year, before opening ceremonies, we were up to $687 so far this weekend. And we hadn't even started yet.
A lot of America just sort of considers anything that's plastic to be basically trash, like as soon as you purchased it. We have taken something that is generally commercially available and regarded as junk, and made it furry.
People would say it's just another piece of plastic. For us, it's like, it's another person, it's a soul. It's a soul that I can't see, but has taken like kind of like this physical
There's no such thing as souls, buddy.
I like love. And it's something that I don't want to like kind of like hurt, you know? It kind of feels like a family. And it's like my own, like, you know, like kind of like my brothers and sisters. Like that's how I picture it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Aren't all the major manufacturers, with the exception of IWI, a furry?
I believe so, yeah.
Furries are basically driving the custom inflatable market.
Yeah. Furries drive the inflatable market? Well, 100%.
About 2009 or so, maybe 2010, was when Puffy Paws got started. And then Phenod Toy got started a few years later. He's usually out here at Get Out the Float, so we're, yeah, but anyway, sorry Phenod, not sorry.
To me, it's like this art medium where I have this ability to create and just disrupt the norm. Certainly is much better than, you know, my previous life working in a cubicle.
Yeah, I'd say go for it.
I was just sort of perusing eBay and I saw a giant draft horse for sale on eBay. And I'm like, whoa, what is this? You know, and it was, of course, like $1,300 for the draft horse, and it was like one of 10 made. Obviously, there's no way I could possibly afford it on a college student budget. But I talked with the manufacturer. It turned out to be Puffy Paws, and they said, oh yeah, well, we do custom work and all that, and it just sort of fell into me designing a custom bunny, which I then paid for through like every last red cent of an internship I did for about a year. So,
damn.
Fortunately, that worked out. And then after that, I was just kind of hooked. This was my thing.
As long as he's having fun. Not trying to gatekeep other people, you know? Shame others out of it.
Now
like some
there's
people I've seen
probably
try.
maybe about a dozen inflatable makers. It's a lot like where the furry community was overall, like back in the early 90s, where you may have had a dozen or a couple dozen of fursuit makers, and that was it.
Let me start out with this. You have less expensive, what are known as pinched seam toys, which would be like an Intex whale or like a pool toy from like.
I'm not into this. This would just take up too much space in my house.
These are us. They're not super durable. They tend to be cheaper to make and cheaper to sell. What Puffy Paws does and what Phenod does and what I do are much heavier duty. We use much thicker vinyl. We have a lap seam process, which you can kind of see where it's smooth. There's no sharp ridge. Much more labor intensive to build, and they end up being a lot more expensive. You know, I think Phenod's dogs were $250 to $300. I think the Puffy Paws Sea Dragon was in the $400 range, $395, I think. $600. Okay.
No thanks. Expensive as fuck. All right, where are we at on this? All right, December 5th. And so we got 2 more weeks. Well, I guess this counts as 3, sure, why not? But whatever. Okay, BuzzFeed quizzes. Man, I can't believe whatever previous editor was involved in this. How the fuck you get this far behind? Like, if you're getting paid to do this shit, well, I was gonna say, if I was getting paid to do this, I'd be all over it, but here I am getting paid for it, so yeah, I'm all over it. Like, come on, man. Let's just make some adjustments on the line over there.
The Parent Trap, Fame or Selma? Volunteering with choose a couple's goal.
Whoop, whoop. BuzzFeed quizzes. What other crazy shit's out there? Come on, give me some crazy videos. Fursuit inflation problem. Hey, people gotta live. Messy tales, fantasy, and fantasy etiquette. Yeah, what else we got? Ooh, give me the anti-trans stuff. Sure. I like this domain. I like it when better when she does scripted videos. And this looks like a scripted video. Good. Once I get all these done, once I get all these thumbnails done, I'm gonna be focusing on making some of my own videos. In fact, I'm gonna take a little break on this one. On this little project here and work on my music video a little bit. I want to make sure I go to bed around like 3 o'clock so I get about 5 hours of sleep, at least. And wake up at 8 so I can do my live stream. Get Squigs on here. So yeah, let's save this. I'm tempted to push through the rest, but I know I'm starting to get that feeling of like, okay, I'm going to start like slacking. So I'll switch projects for a little bit, keep things fresh.
Recently, you may have noticed some very specifically targeted advertisements on the web, primarily on YouTube and...
Nope, I don't get any ads whatsoever. Between using Brave as a browser, having YouTube Red, and I don't have ads for jack shit. So whenever like a new TV show or a movie comes out and people are talking about it, I'm like, I didn't even hear about this shit. Or a news event even. It's like, man, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. That's how it is for me with everything now. It has some drawbacks, but at the same time, I kind of love it. So where are we on this here? So what I've been doing is cutting this out. It looks like he's outside. And we got some adjustments to make on here.
Twitter.
Anyways, let's call
There's been a spate of anti-trans propaganda from a few ultra-conservative sources, namely the Epoch Times and PragerU. While it's not hate speech in and of itself because they purport to be documentaries, they play into a hateful culture war campaign the right wing has been waging in America. Fans of the channel will no doubt think of Matt Walsh, a grumpy weirdo who I've already dedicated way too much time talking about. If you want to know why you shouldn't trust his opinions on anything, go watch these videos that show why he's a thin-skinned baby man who bases his entire life on spite. Yet Matt Walsh struck conservative base gold with his documentary What is a Woman, inspiring legions of people who don't have custody of their children to take their anger out on internet comment sections by smugly asking the question, what is a woman? It doesn't matter what answer they get because, like the documentary of Matt Walsh's, they're not actually trying to understand something. They've already made up their mind on an issue and now only want to make strangers as miserable as they are. What is a Woman isn't so much a documentary as it is a culmination of Matt's lifetime of anger at people who are just different than him. He finally got a point that conservatives agreed with him on enough to at least fund his hate, and the result was a success for his employer and the production company of the documentary, The Daily Wire. But now others want a sweet piece of that transphobia grift pie, which has led to people of all stripes, including trans people and their allies, seeing open advertisements for propaganda that, in following in Matt's footsteps, doesn't aim to understand any issues around transgender people so much as lead viewers to a predetermined verdict that trans people are evil and that the trans movement is coming for your kids. So, let's look into the most recent effort in the culture war, PragerU's documentary D-Trans. But before we begin, let's talk about the company who is trying to convince your grandparents that trans people are the devil. PragerU is the brainchild of human-slug hybrid gone horribly wrong Dennis Prager, and is the culmination of his life's work, or at least that's what he wants you to believe. We all know who the real brains of the operation is here.
It's the dog. Yes.
No, not the dog. Conservative billionaires. While calling itself a nonprofit,
Yeah, I know.
PragerU is
I wish.
both not a university, as it offers no classes or accreditation, and also does turn a profit. Mostly from wealthy Republicans. As of 2015, PragerU received an estimated $6.5 million in funding from the billionaire Wilks brothers alone, and that was still relatively
Some
early into the
fracking
outlet's
bros.
life. Dennis himself has advocated for conservative causes for decades, harkening back to good old-fashioned values like forcing your wife to have sex with you if she doesn't want to.
If you love your husband and he is a good man, then don't let mood alone determine whether or not you'll have sex with him, because it's an important thing to him. So give it a try.
In broad strokes, Dennis Prager is an old man version of the modern, traditional Western values style of conservatism. Yet without the edge or gruff of somebody like Rush Limbaugh or Alex Jones. So he's just kind of a boring old dude. All his videos make me sad to watch because in his eyes I can see that he knows the promise of his youth has faded because he spent his entire life shilling for people who just see him as a stooge, and now his only recourse is to continue playing that role until he is swallowed by the abyss. Now, here comes the you part of PragerU, because like the Daily Wire is trying to pathetically push propaganda and original programming into the culture war, PragerU has been trying to force their way into education since at least 2014. They do this primarily through short, ad-friendly videos hosted by a variety of conservative commentators covering pretty much anything conservatives could be mad about. The propaganda is effective because if you don't know who these people are, their videos just seem like maybe slightly biased informational videos, and the bite-sized presentation is ideal for appealing to online boomers who will share it with their families. The problem is, the sources they use to draw these conclusions are easily torn apart and scrutinized. I'll link some good Sean videos down below that show off how laughable their rhetoric is, but it shouldn't be a surprise by now that they succeed, like many on the right, because their lies take longer to disprove than they do to tell, and because of their massive amount of output, they tell a lot of lies. I'll also provide a link below for the website DSmog, which lists off plenty of their stances and controversies with sources cited, because it is a long and branching web of deceit that they weave and I don't have all day.
Yeah, that's one thing to remember. Lies are easier to spread than the truth is. By the time the lie has made its way around the world twice, the truth has yet to get its pants on, as the saying goes. Tell me more.
And now their latest bit of propaganda seems to be everywhere due to a massive ad buy that included spending $1 million for Twitter ads. If you're wondering why a company would take money from Prager for blatant transphobia propaganda, check out this video where I go into the history of Elon's Twitter and how he turned it into a hate platform while continuing to bleed money. As a result of this massive spend, so many people have seen this documentary in particular advertised to them. While the Epoch Times anti-trans documentary was primarily relegated to ads on YouTube, D-Trans, the title of PragerU's doc, has been pushed to Twitter and YouTube, no doubt aided by the almighty algorithm that guide our lives and see that if you're trans or into transgender stuff, you might be interested in this. D-Trans is a piece of propaganda tailor-made to preach to the choir. Throughout, it relies on familiar conservative buzzwords and talking points that really only serve to reaffirm the already convinced or scare people on the fence to their side of the issue. Unsurprisingly, it's not a fair look at any of the aspects of detransitioning or medical trans care or gender-affirming care. You need to understand that this is meant to spread fear, not facts. Through a variety of editing tricks, music and sound stingers, and cut-up interviews, detrans is meant to look and feel like a horror story. It's meant to manipulate viewers to seeing trans people, especially young trans people, as poor, misguided souls in need of redemption. So if you or someone you know has been convinced or rattled by it, I'd ask them to really deconstruct not just the info they've been given through it, but how it's delivered, because that's what a lot of this documentary thrives on. Detrans takes the saccharine approach of appealing to the idea of a lost childhood for trans kids. It opens with a somber clip of a child talking to a stuffed animal before the titular detransitioner comes on screen to talk about how much she misses her old voice.
I really am sad that I took my voice for granted. Like, I didn't just take it for granted, I hated it. Like, and now, like, I would do anything to have that voice again.
You see, she has detransitioned from trans mask, and as a side effect of taking
people that do that have detransition, and they don't have this spiteful look on other trans people, you know? Like, and who knows how deep this goes in this person too. Like, a lot of times the reason why they detransition is because they can't get access to the healthcare for it, no support from family or friends, and just get worn down. One of my aunts was just confused on the suicide rate of trans people, and it's like, yeah, it's generally and she just couldn't grasp that the general cause is due to transphobia. I mean, if people who were Christian were constantly getting shamed, and there was laws passed and legislation passed, you see a spike in suicide rates among Christians, thinking that there's no way out. See how we're doing here. Almost there. Little adjustments here and there for this shit. Shrink the borders a little bit more, increase the softness.
Testosterone, her voice has been permanently altered. And from here we get a montage of this person as a small child, intercut with medical personnel and hearings advocating for trans youth healthcare. For the right wing, already familiar with the issue due to the way Matt Walsh, Prager, and others have mined it for content, the inference here is easy to draw. We're seeing the trans cult trying to destroy children and take away their innocence. Immediately, the way I found this person depicted is downright insulting and infantilizing. There are certain themes you notice after watching transphobes for so long. One is that they see trans feminine people as predatory because they equate maleness to predation, and they see transmasculine people as poor, hapless victims because they see femaleness as inherently being weak and helpless. That's what's being depicted here. And soon we get the full title, D-Trans, The Dangers of Trans Healthcare. The documentary primarily focuses on Daisy Strongen, the girl at the beginning. Interestingly, she starts by recounting her early experiences with dysphoria, with not seeing herself as other girls did, not identifying with how they presented. She talks about very common aspects of dysphoria like depression and anxiety and loneliness. However, some quick, scary lighting and cuts want to make this seem not like dysphoria, but a side effect of trans indoctrination, not a medical condition that can be alleviated with treatment and affirming care, but a deep well of depravity swallowing her whole.
I always just felt very much like there was just something wrong with me, and I was trying to figure it out, and I used the internet to help me do that. That's where I felt like I could...
Oh, so you diagnosed yourself.
Diagnose myself.
That doesn't stop Daisy's words here from relaying an experience I think many trans people, even non-binary they-thems like myself, can easily identify with. So she went looking on the internet and found trans people. So far, the doc is fine, and here is where PragerU's real agenda comes into action.
My favorite websites were YouTube and Tumblr. It's such a huge amount of content that I consumed at that time. I mean, I watched a lot of trans people. I watched a lot of,
Jesus
gender
Christ, man, this fucking
videos
documentary already.
And saw these people really just
Like we're in the-
go from female
Like it's a dark
to male.
underbelly.
We get insidious background music as Daisy browses transgender tags on Tumblr, the connection to the viewer being that she was essentially brainwashed by the internet and people who support transitioning, which is another
exactly.
right-wing talking point. They even linger on a video of trans content creators in pastels, which I think is purposefully an allusion to another misconception that links trans people to age players. The way Daisy speaks here and the way the video is cut brings to mind other documentaries and testimonials I've seen on things like addiction, especially as it applies to drugs or porn, and I don't think that's an accident. By combining these descriptions of support and praise with these quickly flashing images of happy trans people and suspenseful music, it creates a somewhat sickening feeling for the viewer, much like Daisy was describing becoming hooked on drugs. We then get another cut where Daisy points out that people consuming this media are mostly children.
It's really dark when you think about it, because the people who are consuming this are children, like 13, 14, 15 years old.
And I hope your fucking selling out here is worth it, I hope you have a very prosperous life, taking what money you got for this and investing it, and coming back with a huge nest egg. Hope it was all fucking worth it for you. Fucking cunt.
And it's so easy for them to literally be groomed.
However, that's an entirely...
Literally be groomed? Do you mean like they get their hair done? If you're literally being groomed, then oh my god. You don't want to do another take on that? Yeah, it's like you're at the hair salon. That's literally being groomed. I should probably take my dog to get groomed, by the way. Tucker could use a grooming. I don't know if I could afford all that right now, though. I generally brush his fur and get all the loose stuff out, and we got a vacuum that takes care of the rest. Alright, what do we got here? How are we doing on this? Just going through every frame. Oh, I see a little bit tweaking here. Alright, so what we're gonna do, I gotta go through every single frame here. I'm gonna start recording this. Just make sure, it stays relatively smooth, because it cuts out all the stuff here. Make the border just a little bit more. People aren't going to be focused on that too much. Cool, looks like we got it good. Excellent, okay. Now we're gonna go back. We need to make a new polygon here. Oh, let's see. Probably this area. So that's a little flap. That's part of the bike. Luckily his paw doesn't come in the view on this side, so this should be relatively easy.
Apocryphal statement. It's just taken as fact. There's no real proof given, no studies cited to back it up. Daisy then says it was easy for them to be literally groomed, so we've got the grooming talking point down. Less than 4 minutes in, and this thing has managed to shove in groomer panic, targeted at trans people, infantilizing trans masked people, and subliminally linking online trans content to a dangerous rabbit hole. Yippee.
And it gets worse.
And then immediately after, you've got her talking about gender identity and sexualities and throwing names out so fast, nobody who's familiar with what she's talking about has a hope of knowing what she's talking about.
I just started looking into all of it. I was like, oh, so there's genderqueer, gender fluid, there's agender, there's like, you can be a demi-girl, which is when you're like 90% girl.
But that's the point. It's why this doc is only 20 minutes, I bet. Partially because I bet they couldn't find enough people with a...
This documentary is only fucking 20 minutes. That's the best they could fucking do. Yeah, that's pretty fucking sad. That is pretty fucking sad. That is pathetic. You're trying to do like this anti-trans shit, and that's the best you can do is a 20-minute documentary, fear-mongering. I mean, which is good news for trans people, I guess, but I just hope it has the opposite effect. I mean, all this anti-trans stuff does have the opposite effect. It just makes people more curious and accepting overall because they start looking into it and they start, oh, this is what it is. Because overall, people are not that stupid. They'll generally accept people's expertise. It's like when you take your car in to get repaired and you don't know anything about cars. Are you gonna fucking challenge the mechanic when they say like the tire's flat or some shit or the tire's bald? I mean, to some degree, you could be like, I don't know, that doesn't sound right. Let me try to get a second opinion on it, I guess. You know, you could do that. You know, those people that could take advantage of your lack of knowledge on something. But, you know, it's a lot different for mechanics as opposed to medical. Because you can't sue a mechanic shop for malpractice on your vehicle, per se, for millions of dollars, as opposed to a doctor. That's, in that regard, is a little more safeguard there. Anyways, so what I like to do with these, I go to the first frame and then the last frame. That way, I just make small adjustments in between. So, like, generally speaking, this is where it is here. Right? Yeah. So we got this shape here, right? Just try to fit that in there as best I can to start. And then make adjustments to all the points so they connect properly. Let's see, is that wheel? Oh yeah, that's part of the bike, alright. Oh yeah, that's a gauge right there. I see it now. I see it now. Alright, so... yeah, we're gonna have to do this. Because... maybe not. Alright, I see where it unfolds. We're gonna do this. That up here. Bar here too. Okay. And let's just move it back, see how it goes. Alright.
Rewind.
I think the recording gives a right idea there.
To make a feature-length one, but also because the purpose is to bludgeon viewers with a slew of negative emotions so quickly they don't have time to question them. The purpose here, again, isn't to understand the clear and obvious delineations between gender and sexual attraction, between personal identity and sexual orientation, but to play to a base that remains willfully ignorant of very simple concepts like gender fluidity or pansexuality. Because if they took the time to learn what these meant, they might understand someone better and wouldn't have ammunition for their ignorance. So then Daisy recounts beginning transition and mental health workers telling their parents that if they don't validate their trans son, the dysphoria will get worse. I will get to trans suicidality among teens in a minute. Just wait.
So I came out to my parents as Ollie, and I went to this, I guess, behavioral mental health clinic for like 6 days. They had a meeting with my parents, and they basically told my parents that if you don't validate Oliver, if you don't validate him, then this is just gonna get worse. The best thing that you can do to help him is to accept him.
However, there are already a few things missing here from Daisy's picture. We don't get a picture of how the parents feel about the transition. The video goes from saying, "I'm transitioning," to Daisy saying she spent 6 days in a health facility, but generally that doesn't happen on its own. That's not how tests are run. That's what happens when someone has an episode where they are at risk of harming themselves or someone else. In a separate article from the TERF outlet, the Independent Women's Forum, Daisy explains how she felt retroactively. She describes her parents as horrified and initially unapproving, even using the words, quote, transphobic discrimination. At the bottom of the article, she also snaps at a doctor who's just being respectful and asking her pronouns, saying, I'm not playing the pronoun game anymore. Like, damn girl, you never heard of bedside manner? It's a small article I'll link below, but does give some glimpse into how much ideology, specifically anti-trans ideology, had taken over Daisy's worldview by the time the interview came out, which we can see from things like her depicting a medical professional asking her pronouns as a pronoun game. Back to the video, where PragerU is depicting Daisy's confusion amid seeking mental help. Daisy's testimonial here is incredibly confusingly edited. She talks about not being able to make sense of her feelings, which plays into the conservative narrative that mental health professionals will just trans kids at the slightest sign of trouble. We don't get more looks at her relationships, but just more scary flashing cuts and voiceovers that depict Daisy as a scared child looking for any answer to why she feels lonely and sad, and essentially being forced by healthcare professionals and the internet to accept that it's dysphoria. The problem with showing a child here and drawing this comparison for the viewer is that it's another manipulation tactic. Daisy was not a child when she began transitioning. She was 18, an adult who, by her own testimony, had been considering transition for years. She didn't get her mastectomy until 2 years later, at the age of 20. Another thing I bet PragerU doesn't want to mention is that Daisy detransitioned coinciding with a conversion to Christianity. In a YouTube video posted to her channel, which starts with a biblical quote, Daisy announced her detransition to the world in October of 2020.
Too bad, another
she divided her
victim of
video
being
into 3
brainwashed
parts,
into
with the final
Christianity's
section dealing
death
with her
cult.
faith. Much of the video talks about her personal feelings of dissonance, hopelessness, and emptiness, and I can really empathize with what she's been through. I think most people who have struggled with dysphoria, dysmorphia, or other self-image issues can. In the video, she talks about how her parents didn't support her, and also how her feelings of Christianity emerged alongside her feelings of detransition. And this is where I take issue with a lot of Daisy's testimony, and trusting her. Because she talks about being a hardcore atheist, despite knowing deep down God was real, in retrospect.
That makes no sense.
My interest
that
in
makes
Christianity
no fucking sense.
emerged alongside my doubtful feelings of transition. I think even then I really believed all these things deep down, but I couldn't face them consciously because of what its implications were for my life.
Much of like she talks about being happy with transitioning at the time in the PragerU talk, but deep down knowing that nobody saw her as a real man and were just appeasing her in retrospect.
Everyone's calling me Ollie. Everyone sees me as a guy. But then, at the end of the day, when I'm home, in my room, looking in the mirror, I'm like, what did I do? Like, I start getting these like really scary thoughts of like,
couldn't have anything to do with your Christianity, could it? It couldn't have anything to do with that superstition being a plague in your mind. Nah. Couldn't be any of that. Nah.
Complete. You're not a guy.
I don't know her, and I don't know if she's grifting or lying, and I have no reason to accuse her of either. But Daisy has a distinct trend of sounding so assured of something as she's saying it, including her transition and detransition, only for her to say multiple times that deep down she knew different all along. And on a personal note, I think that makes it really hard for me to take her current Catholic-pushing anti-trans crusade as genuine, because she's shown no real consistency over time. As an example, the description of her video notes that just a few months later, she didn't identify as Christian anymore, but upon updating in 2023, she is now Catholic. I'm assuming she's got like a trad cat thing going on. Another example is how she describes coming to Christianity, the thing that spurred her current life goals, in a very similar way to the way she describes learning about trans people in the PragerU doc.
Around this time, I started watching like Christian lifestyle videos on YouTube where people would talk about their faith and how it influences their life.
So
and
like a week later, are you gonna watch some other
and fascinated
videos
by
and
it
turn yourself
at
into a
the same
space marine or
time.
something?
And I remember thinking too that if I ever became a Christian,
I came across a bunch of Warhammer videos online, and I started realizing, wait a minute, I really like Warhammer. And then I came across this other one called Heaven's Gate. I realized, oh my god. God is an alien. Just like easily influenced into anything. Is that what's being suggested here?
I wouldn't want to be like that, you know, living with restrictions. And I realize now that I treated transitioning like it was a resurrection, right? I didn't understand how religious my motives were for transitioning. I wanted to be born again, but I wasn't willing yet to do it in Christ.
For her, it sounds like another internet pipeline, the one that comes with way more ideological baggage to unpack. And I want to be clear, I don't hate religion at all, and there are so many wonderfully supportive people of faith out there who do care for LGBT people.
Who cares? Who cares? It's bullshit. Fuck it. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's not based in reality. It should be abolished. I don't care if they try what dances they do or what kind of mental gymnastics they do to reconcile trans existence with Christianity and saying it's a female soul in a male body and vice versa. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Get rid of it. Discard it. It needs to go into the waste bin of history. Doesn't even matter if it becomes the majority. Eventually, there's going to be another sect of Christianity that emerges that tries to throw things backwards again and again and again and again. It's all fucking bullshit. Stop being an idiot. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck it. All the abuse that comes from that religious belief. Nope. Nope. Throw it in the trash. Are you for fucking real? I don't hate religion. Well, you should. You should. You're doing yourself a disservice if you don't. It makes people feel good. Yeah, well. It makes people feel good about doing horrible things. That's what it does. It makes an excuse for the worst kinds of behavior that humans can ever express. From every form of rape to every form of murder. Pet peeve of mine whenever people try to defend religion's existence. It doesn't belong here. It doesn't belong in our fucking reality.
But the world of popular Christian YouTube channels leans more towards things like Girl Defined and plenty of channels and people that do their best to proselytize and get people into living the kind of traditional life Daisy is living now. Interestingly, she also takes the stance in her video that her journey is just for her, that this is her choice, and that other trans people are still valid. Not everyone should detransition. This is just how she feels, and I respect that.
And that's the best they could do? I mean, I'm glad that's all they could do. It's just funny to me that that's the best that PragerU could do, is find someone who detransitioned, but at the same time affirms trans people and their existence. I might be a brainwashed Christian idiot, but that doesn't mean you have to be a brainwashed Christian idiot. My respectability has risen 1 point for this person. She's now at -1.
At least in this video, because as we'll see later, it's a stark difference to how she seems to feel by the time the documentary comes out in 2023. And then comes the part
too
about
bad. Never
finding the
mind.
Bible and studying it during quarantine. I will let these words speak for themselves.
And so one day I just decided I'm going to start taking the Bible seriously as truth.
Ugh.
Like as
That was a
the
mistake.
truth, capital T truth.
It's not true though.
And I
So
realized
why would you
this
do
might
that?
sound like
Are you an idiot?
self-indoctrination,
Are you stupid?
but I was like desperate
something mentally wrong
for
with you?
meaning. And I keep talking about how
Meaning is
I'm
what you make
looking
of
for
it.
meaning through this. But part of me maybe wasn't genuinely looking for meaning because of what I knew that converting would mean for my life. Thinking that you could really understand the Bible
you have to pretend to be
and
stupid.
have it affect your life in a meaningful way without submitting to it, without taking it seriously as what it says it is naive. Anyone who reads the Bible as cultural narrative or mythology, that's all it will end up being to them. Likewise,
Well, that's
as
what it is.
something to criticize.
That's what
or
it is,
laugh
though.
at, which is how I used to read it.
It's
So I
very
started
frustrating because you keep
praying
saying the wrong
as
thing.
I would read scripture, and I would pray with the understanding that the Almighty God, the Creator of the universe, was listening.
Which
and
doesn't
I opened
exist.
myself up to scripture, and I didn't give my life to Christ just yet, but I opened myself up to scripture in prayer. And I would do this seriously.
mistake.
And I had some very powerful moments. There's really no other way to say this. I felt the presence of God. It wasn't really like I was looking
there's no
for
presence
it.
of God.
It just came over me.
So, desperate
It's
for
called
meaning
called
and
disillusion.
drawn into a rabbit
called
hole of
illusion.
conservatism, while her disapproving family fought her transition, she became a Christian. Or at least for a few months until she became
Jeez, I wonder how that
Catholic.
worked out. How that's
Consistency.
going to work out in the
Again,
long run.
Despite her search for meaning, however, it's also important to note that as early as a few days after this documentary, Daisy went on a Twitter thread saying she still has dysphoria. It hasn't gone away. She just fears
Interesting.
transition because of what it might mean for her family, friends, and church life, which is something to keep in mind as we get closer to talking about why many people detransition.
Wow,
in the
it's
first
almost like
place.
religion should
Even
not
back as
exist
far
or
as
something.
September 2023, she talks about still
what it does to
fantasizing
people.
about being a man. So after everything, in her own words, Daisy still feels dysphoria, or at the very least, she feels the
It's
same
almost like
depressive
Christianity
feelings
isn't a
she
cure for
had
anything.
before even transitioning. Does that mean transition wasn't right for her? Should she retransition? I don't know. And because of the narrow
for her
worldview
to
she
make.
seems to have forced herself into, I don't know if she'll ever find out herself. I have a lot of sympathy for
Oh,
anybody
that's
who
sad.
makes an irreversible choice they don't think was right for them, and I'm honestly glad if Daisy wants to be a Catholic trad wife mom, that she gets to live out that dream. Good for her. I'm speaking entirely
her
from
choice,
a
I
personal
guess.
standpoint about somebody I don't know, which I know is risky, and I acknowledge that, but when I see how quickly she's bounced from point to point, and by how her own admission she seems not just easily convinced of drastic measures, but eager to buy into them, I have a hard time seeing Daisy's case as anything other than someone who needed genuine counseling. Through all her drastic measures to find meaning, she still seems to have the same
Nope, she
depressive
gets Bible
feelings
counseling instead. Instead, she gets Bible counseling that convinced her that she needs to get right with Jesus because, you know, it's easier that way. That's all it is. It's just, it's going to make her life easier in terms of acceptability from her peers and her family. Though that'll never happen. They'll never truly accept her now at this point. I gotta correct that here. All right. That religion is going to
started with. And that makes me really feel for her. I can't imagine what that would be like, but to position her personal journey as some kind of indictment of gender-affirming care is disingenuous and manipulative. The way she is depicted in the documentary is like she was groomed as a child by YouTube, drawn into the ideology of the trans cult. But she didn't start transition until she was 18, a legal adult, and she didn't have her mastectomy until 2 years later. Again, I do feel sympathy for anyone that makes a major medical choice and has to live with regret. I can't imagine what it would be like. But I don't think it's fair for her, and by extension, PragerU, to try and use her personal regret and mistakes as fodder to propagandize their war on trans people. And Daisy's transition story isn't even unique to her. If her main reasons, as she's talked about, for detransition were personal, that's understandable. But I suspect her parents' disapproval and religion also played a heavy role because she's indicated as much. I want to talk really quick about detransition and particularly why people detransition. In this 2021 paper from the National Library of Medicine, a case study showed that from a portion of tested subjects who had pursued gender transition and detransitioned, 82.5 of those detransitioners cited an external factor, with 35.6 citing pressure from a parent and 32.5 citing social or community stigma. An earlier 2015 study of 28,000 people said only 8% detransitioned, and 62 of those detransitioners did so due to similar external factors. Moreover, it is well known and cited that transition regret, like displayed by Daisy and other subjects of the documentary, isn't common at all. They are an incredibly small minority. Of 27 different studies across 8,000 people who had received gender-affirming surgeries, only 1% exhibited regret, some of which was temporary. I recommend reading this March article from the Associated Press that not only cites these studies, but also provides input from medical providers who have done these surgeries and seen for themselves how low the rates of regret are. These are well-documented facts, and incredibly important to keep in mind as we see the next few speakers in the documentary. After Daisy, we cut to another detransitioner, Abel Garcia. He's not on the screen 10 seconds before he blames a YouTube video that just shows the existence of trans people as, quote, planting the seeds of doubt.
I was surfing YouTube one day, and a video popped up, male to female, and that eventually planted the seeds of doubt.
This, again, plays into popular narratives that we've seen that trans people shouldn't even be visible in society, something that even Matt Walsh has said. And how did Michael Knowles put it?
Then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology.
For more info on ideas like transgenocide and violence against trans people and trans visibility, go check out my video, Righteous Anger, which I will link down below. Like Daisy, Abel is also a detrans activist, though the doc doesn't ever say that. In a video uploaded to his YouTube channel, Abel says that he wasn't really into politics before transitioning, but then also details how politically active he became later.
My prior to politics was really boring. Just your typical liberal, Democrat, LGBT.
Oh, I'm falling asleep already.
I
Not a very
noticed
exciting
my first
individual.
change in politics a little over a year into my transition, and that was when I attended a police academy. And I know my instructors were, politics-wise, most, if not all, were on the right side of politics, right of center.
In the videos on the channel, we see Abel again saying he transitioned at the age of 19, so well into being a legal adult, not at all aligned with the narrative of transing kids that PragerU is trying to push here. 2 years later, Abel got breast implants and realized he made a mistake. However, again, this is a person who is a full legal adult, asking medical professionals for an operation after they gave him years of therapy. Much of the issue Abel had was finding a surgeon to undo his top surgery, which is again regrettable, and I feel for the discomfort that must have caused. But looking at it medically, I can totally understand why doctors and insurance providers would be hesitant to approve him within a year of just getting a surgery. He had been transitioning for a long time with a medical record to prove it, and suddenly wanted another intensive surgery when very likely his body hadn't even fully recovered from the first one yet. There are a lot of factors here that just aren't
where does
discussed,
that factor come from?
like Abel being a devout Christian and conservative. See, if PragerU showed how much conservative evangelical faith had to do with detransitioning, it wouldn't help their narrative. So they want this to be a big tent issue, so to speak, which means they keep their evangelical agenda on the down low here. So instead, Abel simply talks about how he was led astray by trans ideology, which led him to hurting his family and himself.
Allowed me to be caught by
He's a Christian.
the
He's
ideology
brainwashed.
that eventually led
There
me
you
to
go.
hurt myself.
Like with Daisy,
Yeah.
Abel recounts
Thanks,
his story by
Christianity.
saying
You did
he
another-
went to a
got
therapist
another one.
and was labeled trans and given a quick freeway on-ramp to transition.
I just wanted an answer to be given to me on who I was, and I went to see a therapist, and
then later, I just
I had
started
only asked, I
believing in
think
God
I might be
again,
trans.
'cause
I don't know. I want to
Jeebus.
know.
The guy who's not
The
even there, or not
therapist
even real.
immediately on my first appointment with her said, "Yes, I am a transgender woman." She had my letter to transition the same appointment.
The problem here, that again goes against the narrative that Prager sets out for, is that by his own admission in the past, Abel had feelings of dysphoria from as young as 12. We get more sad long shots, sound clips of thunderclouds overhead. Abel's father discovers Abel is trans femme presenting and takes him to Mexico to have sex he describes as against his will with a prostitute.
But eventually my father found out what I was doing. And due to our culture, he was not happy. And he took me to Mexico and had me have sexual relationship against my will with a prostitute.
The way
That's
the
his way of
story of this
fixing them?
19-year-old is shown is sickening.
Are you
and
fucking
using
kidding
this
me?
obviously traumatic experience for anti-trans propaganda is ghoulish. Instead of laying the blame firmly at the feet of an abusive parent, this is being depicted as yet another side effect of being trans, something that wouldn't have happened to
What
Abel
kind of
if
shitty,
he-
fucked up father does that? You're trans? Let me fix this. Let's go to Mexico and pay for a prostitute. The only way it would be even fucking worse is if he got an STD. Where does prostitution fall under Christian values, by the way, too? Because it's obvious that his dad's a Christian. What a cunt. It's amazing how much time this takes. This is the week I'm gonna get the full version of this too, so I don't know what advantages this will offer me. Maybe some tracking on these points and stuff. But even if you do tracking, you have to like adjust it anyway, so I don't see the advantage other than I guess it depends how complex the shot is. This isn't really a complex shot. This is just a straight shot. Right? So we start off there. Oh, God damn it. I really did it. Is that a Tucker? Coming in my space. Tucker? Tucker! No, he ran away. He's like, oh, it's just him. I'm just happy we got the leaves done tonight. I'll have to get up early and blow leaves around. just gonna delete these points here. Fuck it. Ooh, that's a nice one. I'll put that in my FAP folder. At least one of my FAP folders. Thanks, Karen. Alright. Now I gotta play the game of adjusting all these points here. Boop, boop. Alright, I'm liking this video and everything, but I don't want to go, step on any toes here about it. Alright. So, just gonna adjust the point here. I don't know how these handlebars get all fucked up. Increase the soft edge a little bit, shrink the border just a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. No, we want to grow the border. There we go. Does that mean we want to grow the border here too? I guess that's, oh, because it's subtracting here. Okay, sure. Alright, so stretch that out. Good, we're almost there. What's that? Saw a notice. Delete some of these points here. Oh my god.
He didn't exhibit dysphoria. It's a really heartbreaking scene that ends with Abel saying it broke him. He then talks about fast-tracking transition, which ends with a scary cliffhanger before going back to Daisy's story. So not only do they display the father's abuse as caused by his gender nonconformity, but they play into the long disproven idea that queer people are the way they are because of a traumatic experience linked to sexuality. Anyway, Daisy, now going by Ollie, charts her voice's journey on testosterone, which for people who don't go through a male puberty can change the vocal cords and deepen your voice.
Not only did they send me home with the hormones, but I actually did my very first shot right there in the doctor's office, and I was just euphoric, and it was real, and I was actually going to start seeing changes, and I was going to start passing.
We get more fear-mongering that makes it sound like Daisy walked literally right in and just got a testosterone shot on her first visit, but we already know she's been in and out of treatment and seen several medical professionals at this point. She then describes how happy she was to start transitioning. She describes how euphoric she was to pass. Then we get testimony from Harmeet K. Dillam, who is just depicted as an expert here for some reason. In reality, she is a highly biased source and a former vice chair for the California Republican Party and a frequent Fox News guest. She has no medical background and no qualifications for talking about this issue aside from being associated with prominent detransitioners like Chloe Cole. She was also a legal advisor to Trump's 2020 campaign and openly advocated for the Supreme Court to help Trump win the presidency. So that's who's talking here. Interestingly, we get fear-mongering about trans people in the mainstream advertising world, and of course they play the video of Dylan Mulvaney doing a promo TikTok that a ton of other influencers also did. I say this is interesting because they focus on a one-off by Dylan that became well known on the right wing because of culture war weirdos pushing it as a talking point. They don't mention, for example, this Smirnoff commercial with Laverne Cox or this L'Oreal commercial with Hari Neff, because the points in this video aren't about broad criticism, but targeting structural weak points that conservatives are already familiar with. Remember, this is a piece of propaganda meant to either preach to the choir or by using an assortment of repeated buzzwords like trans ideology and people like Dylan Mulvaney. This documentary is meant to indoctrinate viewers into the anti-transgender movement. Then we hear from another person PragerU's presenting as an expert, Dr. Lior Sapir. The documentary points out that he has a PhD, so obviously, as a doctor who's presenting facts on trans kids in healthcare, he's a trustworthy source, right? No, because PragerU doesn't present the fact that his doctorate is in political science.
Doctor.
Doctor?
Doctor.
Doctor?
Doctor.
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 At this point, it won't surprise you to learn that he's also a far-right activist who has been featured on PragerU and Fox News in the past. He says things like, "We know it's not true that trans kids don't get health and mental assessments for trans healthcare."
So they're often told that they're going to get comprehensive, multidisciplinary mental health assessments. We know that that's not true. In practice, these kids were put on a fast track to medical transition.
Doesn't cite any sources, so how do we know it? Aside from the mere existence of detransitioners that make up an exceptionally small portion of trans healthcare, why should we believe anything these people are saying? The reality is that while gender-affirming care is a constantly improving and evolving practice, especially for youth, it's also intensive and has plenty of standards of medical oversight. There are incredibly detailed practice guidelines that may vary by state.
I gotta go say hi to my husband's. Hey Siri, set alarm for 7 a.m. All right. Next. Try to avoid putting any more points on here, because when you do that, you have to keep going through and adjusting everything else again. I feel like we're getting close. Door's open. Oh, much better. Oh my god. Okay. Pain in the ass watching these points jump around a lot. So far, so good there. Yep. All good there. Okay, so let's go to art stream. Just go through every little frame here. Make sure there ain't no outliers. Just making some small adjustments here and there. Here, we gotta fix that. Or the bike eats itself. Perfect. Holy shit, okay. As far as I'm concerned, we got another one we're gonna make right about here. And see where this has to land. So nope, 0 there too. There it is. Still 0. Oh. That's where it goes. Oh, that's concrete underneath there. Doing good. It's obviously another point in here. Let's keep going, move these points around. That, I need to take a break for that. Switch back over here.
But remain detailed and often intensive no matter where you reside. And as we've already seen,
Alright, what else we got? Catch up thumbs, catch up thumbnails. BuzzFeed quizzes is where we're at. Okay, so BuzzFeed quizzes. BuzzFeed logo. Uh-oh. Please tell me there's a second one. Yeah, there it is. Let's say it doesn't seem right. Copyright, huh? Not anymore, not for long. Yeah, that'll work. Let's see what else we can get. God. come on. There we go.
You arcade with friends, marching in a rally. Let's see. Designer luggage, gaming console, and TV side.
What good is a 5-star fucking meal if you're just gonna be bored to death by Prince Charming?
Well, that's why cheating was invented, Paul. Come on.
That's true.
Let's be real here.
You don't get no 5-star meal when you're cheating, though.
That's true. That's when you go to the Waffle House. Who was your childhood crush?
I don't know who the bottom two even are.
So it's between these two.
And like Lark Voorhees was not my favorite Saved by the Bell member.
Yeah.
Like I would have picked Kelly over.
Yeah, I don't know why she's. I mean, was she even the popular one for
diversity quota? You know,
I guess
you know how it is over.
But that's probably the closest, right?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite musician turned actor? Oof.
I mean, none of these are great.
None.
I would say out of these people, well, I would say Queen Latifah has probably been in to the Tobey Maguire. Looks cheap.
Taking Cook, The Parent Trap, Fame or Home, Whitewater Rap Battles, Singapore. I cannot. Newer The Dark Fate or whatever the fuck, but no one likes that shit. Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
I want to see Dark Fate.
Where's Arnold? Where's Stallone? Where's the real action stars in this list? Like Brendan Fraser's fine and all, but like he's not. I don't really consider Brendan Fraser really an action star because he did The Mummy and The Mummy 2. I don't know.
And The Mummy 3.
Yeah, fair enough. Jackie Chan is the only motherfucker on this list I would even really say. I guess Dwayne The Rock Johnson, but his shit's so bad. Whatever, it's your choice. You pick.
Yeah, Jackie Chan.
All right, finally, who's your favorite internet personality?
Am I even gonna know any of these?
I literally
I
don't
don't
know
have
anyone.
one. Yeah, I don't have one.
You're from the 80s.
Hey, they nailed me. I wonder how they did that. Is it
I don't
because
know.
I picked 90% of the 80s people that were on there? That's
Maybe
crazy,
so.
man.
Could be. All
That's
right.
crazy, yo.
That's wild. They were able to get that. All right, I guess.
Yeah,
I'll
dude,
find out
that
if
list
I
was too
survived as a
woke,
fuck-
dude. I agree with you, Jiggeroth. That list was too fucking woke.
Too fucking woke. I guess I'll find out if I would survive as a cat, since Paul just
No,
says
you
he
wouldn't.
Well, that's not for you to decide, Paul. That's up for BuzzFeed to decide. All right. You're on the street and you're hungry. What do? Look in the alleyway, look in the forest, look in the bin. I mean, I know there's food in the bin. Go to the fucking bin. You ate half a banana. That's not what I do with bananas, all right? We're scared away by raccoons. You feel tired. Where are you going to sleep? The bench, the alleyway, the sidewalk. I mean, you got to sleep in the alleyway, right? You wake up and feel thirsty. What are you going to drink? The pond, a puddle, a leaking tap. I mean, of those, I'm going to take the tap, bro. A person comes by to pick you up. Do you defend yourself? I mean, yeah, I guess so. Fuck that. Damn, I would die.
Yeah, you're fucking doomed, dude.
I'm dead. You know what? How do you know that person coming to pick you up isn't some fucking sadistic teenager that's trying to fucking murder your ass or something for his fucking satanic rituals or whatever the fuck? You know, so I fucking stand by my decisions. Draft state. Whoop. And he's an end screen, yep. Oh, monetization's not approved yet. Wow, no checks. Okay, so that's me December 6th.
Oh, okay. Any other crazy videos out there we can pull up? Be entertained? Crowder memes! Yeah, Crowder memes. Is draft state 2, yep. Oh, we'll say appropriate language. Sensitive event, sure. Yeah, gotta request a review. Alright, age like milk's taken care of. Weird Pics is taken care of. This one needs review. Just remember too, there's a whole bunch that are not, they're unlisted. I need to get either monetized or damn, some of these are not even monetized or posted. Some of these were uploaded at January 10th. Terrible furry TikToks. Man, I gotta see this one proved. There's a bunch of copyright stuff. No copyright content found. Alright. Limited request review. I'm guessing this is all in draft state too. This is all from Matt Walsh Gauntlet. I think we're kind of done. If I go visibility unlisted. Am I recording? No, good. Or menu view. Confirm manual view. Once I've been confirmed, I'm just going to turn it off entirely. So I can know. Yeah, these are all unlisted anyway, so they're not going to get any viewership. What happens if I go into editor? There's like trim. I trimmed some of it out, right? Like a second. I have it resubmitted.
Ugh.
Alright. Well, these ones I gotta wait for. Oh, this one get approved? Oh, it's not even... Is this real? Know what she's found. How about this one? And last one here. So this one just passed. Cool. Down syndrome Barbie passed just fine. That's hilarious. Interesting that it doesn't come up with anything on here. Again, all this like D&D shit that doesn't make any sense to be here. Okay, I don't know. Down syndrome. Me. I'm gonna take this girl and put Malwash's face over her.
When someone in their
Matt Walsh. Where's the no beard? No beard. Not any good shots of him without the beard. Lucky for him, huh? He's a hideous looking fuck. Maybe it's his personality, but to me he looks pretty fucking hideous. This might work. I like how the nose hairs are there. Purely visible nose hairs. Alright, so what we got going on here? Switch over to the art. Transparency. Alright, so I'm gonna take the airbrush here. Fix that shit. Alright. Spray away their face. Just like that. Actually, all the way down to the neckline of the sweater here in this case. Right? And we're gonna take this ugly piece of shit here, should be in an oven. Cut out his little stupid fucking face that should be punched in a million times by a jackhammer. So it turns into paste, it's spread on toast and fed to a dog. Alright. Take his stupid fucking face. That should be shat on every day until he dies of age, old age. You know, I'm not saying we should kill him or anything. He should just, you know, be able to live his life as normal. Just that he, you know, someone takes a shit on his face every day. Force feeds him a bunch of shit. Preferably coming from a cow. Something like that. He should be made to suffer for all the suffering he's caused over the years by him just merely talking his stupid shit. There we go. That looks perfect. Holy shit, that looks way too good. Way too good for Matt Walsh. We're gonna have his beard come over the sweater. There we go. That way it sticks out a little bit more, you know? There we go. Perfect. Let's see, so what I want to do is make his face really giant. No, I kind of want to identify this is indeed Alright, let's take his stupid face again. Copy, paste, and bring it over here. Make it roughly the size of the Barbie face. I'm gonna take that Barbie doll part too, and we're gonna blow up a little more. Let's see, how would best do this? Well, I guess I could do the magnet. Be able to connect it pretty good. Good enough at least, you know. I want something comical, you know. It's not meant to be like a technical marvel or anything. We're gonna go around and around. Get their hands here. Oops. Alright. Just gotta make some adjustments. Let's take out some of this selection here, you know. There we go. If anything, take the head portion, just make that bigger. Yeah, we'll just take the head portion. Right? And then, separate that, subtract all that. And that one. Go. And let's see. Here. Transparency mask. That way the hair's still behind. Figure. There we go. And then, continuing on with that, put Matt Walsh's stupid fucking face that should be shot with a paintball. Paintball gun. It was with the softest paintballs ever, so it doesn't hurt. Fuck, get in there. Okay, just go down one. Go down one. There you go. Alright. Can't believe how well that Matt Walsh face fit on there. See that Barbie logo? Use that white. Yeah, there we go. DJ's face right in the B there. Merry Christmas. Where the fuck is it? Where'd you go? Oh, I didn't save it. Fuck. Oh, there he is, Matt Walsh Barbie. Yeah, what's with all these videos unlisted? Okay, I'll just leave these all on. Waiting on on these now. Okay, well now it's just back to normal clips. For now. And when some of these get approved, then we'll switch it up. Now we're going to go to this week. So let's see, 8 hours ago. Alright, so we're going from 19th through 25th. more to put in here. Crazy videos. Wait, where's the other crazy video? I thought I said it more. Oh, there it is. Oh, I guess I was wrong. Crazy Karens. Crazy vids. You know what, since I only put 5 images on there, keep 2 of them a secret. That's some of the comments I got. Crafty Handy. Should be called Handy Andy. That's better. That's a better term than Crafty Handy. Come on. Looks like a pumpkin. Yeah, I'm kidding. What do we got here? Hugo. Crafty Handy. It's too easy.
I like to look as horrible as possible for these kinds of
I like to look as horrible as possible for these kinds of
Got a fucking death wish on a cuck for these kinds of cuck videos. Cuck. Cuck.
Warm it up.
Cuck! Yeah, just keep going.
Nah, nothing weird like that. Alright, what's the next week after that? What we got here? Yes, I know capitalism does ruin art.
Every time.
Where'd you get this?
I got that at Kroger.
Do they have blueberry on there too?
No.
Maybe look.
Yeah, I mean they have like the fruity stuff. I think like cinnamon one. I think something like that. But
Which one? They cinnamon, this one, and what else?
I think something like that. I don't know all the flavors offhand. Let's see. Next dates. So that's 19th through the 25th. We're going from the 26th. This week, going over Ben Shapiro. Book. That's a good one. I should just list them all out. I can just sample the images. Let's see, if I was to use the one... Let's do the non-living one. That'd be the showcase. And then Ben Shapiro the book. Weird picks. We got one more schedule to make. And get back to actually editing some clips. Oh shit. Got two on this second here. So this is going to go half. This is going to go on. Not this one. Make this a third.
Squeaky?
Yes.
Give your friend the Snuggies tonight?
Yes, you'll get the Snuggies.
Cool. Like now?
Okay, do it now.
I also put all the dirty glasses and everything in the sink and filled this with hot water, so all you have to do is, and I rinsed them off prior, so all you have to do is basically rinse them off and then you can put them away.
Okay, thank you, Finn.
But yes, let's go to bed, yeah.
Okay, give me a second. Let me show you this. I want to show you this.
Tucker, are you okay? I'm sorry, are you okay, buddy? I'm sorry. Oh,
You do kick him?
No, I stepped on him.
Oh.
Okay,
Well,
can
you
you
didn't
show
yell.
me later, hon?
Okay, fine.
I don't want to step on puppers again. I want to go to bed. I'm tired.